Oh my god, there's so many people here already. Hello, guys. Hi, Judith. You were the first, yes. And hi, MCLP. Hey, Craig, how you doing? Long time no see, because I had to do a lot because of my mental health and shit, you know. I see. So how are you doing? How is mental health and shit going? Is it better now? I think that was the post just now. For me, I don't know, I'm pretty fine, yeah. Like last week was exhausting. But I since then already sort of like changed the, let's say, strategy a bit. And since then it's been actually very good. Yeah. And hi, Faker Mink. First time this early, for real, yeah. So how late is it at your place now? Sorry. Hi, Asta. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Indiana John. Welcome. And what's up, Sterling? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? You're in a psychosomatic clinic because heavy depressions and ADHD. So how do you like it? How is it there? Do you feel like you're getting the help you need? Post on Monday, that has to be a package. I don't think so. Otherwise, I would have had to like open the door. I'm not sure. I don't see it. So I don't know what it is. Hi, Acraft. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Normies homies. Welcome, welcome. You found me through Jim's stream? Oh, amazing. For like one of my raids to him? Personnel doesn't deliver letter post on Monday. Damn, I didn't even know. I lived here for like 4 years, but I was like, I don't know, when I get post, just like whatever. At points in my life, I do. And others I don't. But yeah, welcome everybody. Do we want to start with the mental health check-in, more like generalized? Of like everybody sort of shares how they've been doing since the last week? So you're still in the first week then, no? MCLP? Thank you, Asta, for the 25 stream watch streak. I see. You ever had problems with brain fog? I need a solution because I need to study some deep stuff and solve a lot. I can't sit down, focus, and keep blanking. Started meditation as I told. That helps. Is there any more help on the topic? I guess it sort of depends on where the brain fog is coming from, right? So brain fog can sort of happen for like a lot of multiple reasons, right? With like low-key everything in like mental health because it's just a very individual topic. But sometimes it can also just be like a very yeah, how do I say this? Like also an expectation problem, right? Like that you just have too high expectations of yourself and don't have enough rest times for your body. And I don't know, so I feel like, I mean, meditation is one thing, right? But on the other hand, maybe you just need more rest time where you can like, where you don't have to focus and where you can like have like officially sort of for yourself, give yourself the space that you can rest and can just do whatever and then come back and like focus. Because we can't focus the entire day. So I don't know how much you're trying to learn, right? But if you're trying to learn the entire day, that might be too much. And even if you're not trying to learn the entire day, but you have the expectation that you learn the entire day, you might still like sort of try to hold focus for the entire day, even though you're not even using that focus for the entire day. Do you know what I mean? Nice, we're gonna get pictures from Indiana Jones. No, zombies. We don't sort of make the suggestion just like that to like take drugs for other people, right? So drugs also have like a lot of side effects, and usually we're trying to yeah, get to a solution where we actually don't need any sort of drug, or I guess like outside help, you would say, like this. Or well, outside help would then also include like other people. And that's not what we're trying to do, but just like, yeah, medications and well, also not medications, because yeah, I didn't say magic mushrooms. I mean, if you just mean the like champignon and like making champignon soup, I don't think that's gonna help. But just letting you know, we're trying to stay on the I guess like non-drug side of Twitch. You were anxious today, Acroft? A bit stressed, maybe? I'm not good at calming myself when it happens to be like this. Belly breathing usually just makes me anxious about my breathing. But I'm like, good anxious though? Like just trying to say I'm not too shabby. How are you turning anxious about your breathing? Like, in what way are you turning anxious about your breathing? That you like, that your breathing is too fast, or that you like feel like you can't control your breathing enough, or in what way are you anxious about it? I see, MCLP. Thank you so much for the update. I really hope it's something like the clinic can help you and you're sticking through with it. And then maybe after your next treatment, you're gonna have some more time to talk or something. But I'm glad you did this step for yourself. And I hope you give yourself credit for it. Where are the glasses? I forgot them. I also forgot water, so. Hot mess, horrible weekend. Random people seem to like to annoy me. Oh no, Esther. What happened this time? Oh, alright, Indiana John. I mean, if you ever want to share what predicament you're in, right? Like maybe there's something we can come up here with. And hi, Corrupted. Good morning. How you doing? And hi, Fluffy. Welcome to the stream. I get up, dopamine baseline is good, but it drops so quickly and I don't feel motivated to get deep very quickly. I mean, if it's a motivational problem, you can always add certain rewards to your tasks to to just help with the motivation. You can also lower the expectations, because sometimes the expectations are too high. Like we expect ourselves to do something like super perfect and only then we would be happy. And because we know the chances of us doing it super perfect are like super minimal, we don't even feel like doing the task because it doesn't seem like we're going to succeed on the expectations we set ourselves. So maybe there is a way you can lower the expectations to a point where you feel like you can accomplish them. Because then with this accomplishment, you might have the motivation to like get more done, or just also start with something, you know, might just be a good starting point. Apart from that, like when you've learned for like days and days and days, it can also just be like that you overdid it for so long that now you need a longer break, right? It can also help to think again what your goals specifically are. to be able to like make better expectations for yourself, or to remind yourself of the motivation for certain tasks. Because sometimes if like goals are too far away, we just sort of forget them. Especially if it's, for example, like a goal of like finish this degree or something. Like this is a goal where it's like really hard actually to get like draw motivation from, because it's so far away. So maybe there's a goal you can set yourself which is like closer, and or just reconnect with this goal which is further away. I look weird without glasses, bro. Internet grabbing my attention needs to get lower then, and it's because it takes the focus time you were talking about. I mean, the internet can grab a lot of our energy, like especially with doom scrolling and everything. It's a lot of information we're just being thrown at us, which need to be processed. Oh, today's Women's Day? I didn't even know. Ooh, like mushroom coffee? I actually did hear about that. I didn't try it yet, but a friend of mine is getting into like herbal coffees, or like I don't know if it's like only teas, but I think into the entire thing. And then I might get the chance to try mushroom coffee or something. Who knows? Don't you think there are also healthy ways, Esther, you can deal with the stress? And you can do to relieve stress? Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna get a water. Wait for me, guys. Why are you forced to be awake, Crafted? What the hell? Depends on how I am, but in a mind state like this, better breathing makes me hyperventilate and rises my heart rate. Feels like I can't get enough air, you know? Well, this is also what I learned the hard way. But yeah, you can definitely also hyperventilate while breathing slow, because hyperventilation is usually mostly, or as far as I understood, from the um, from the how would I call it? Like the, I don't know, these rescue people, because I thought I had a heart attack. Um, so you can also hyperventilate while breathing slow. And the main thing is that it's only that you breathe in more than you breathe out. So maybe, you know, you just need to focus on also all the way breathing out. Like not only breathing in, but for like a longer period also breathe out. You can also just like not focus too much on like breathing extra long or slow or whatever. But you can also use it in more of like a, I guess, like more meditative state of like just breathing and like not holding your breath, none of this, but just breathing and noticing what's going on in your body and how your body feels. Apart from this, have you ever tried these exercises where you like look around and like these grounding exercises? because they can also really help with anxiety. It's sort of like you look around and you try to name certain things you see, you try to name multiple things you hear, you try to name multiple things you feel or taste maybe when you're eating something, you know? And that can be a really nice way how to just like get in the moment again instead of being too much in your head in that moment, and to, yeah, well, take a step away from the anxiety instead. And personally, for me, what I really like is going outside and going into nature. Like, if there's any forest around, you can just like take a walk and like just, to me, that's, I don't know, that's really helps me sort of clear up my thoughts, because, well, I guess it depends on like the country you live in and the forest you have around you, right? Like here, the forest is like super safe. It's like the Netherlands. Like there's nothing in the forest, you know. Um, and but there's like so many birds who are like making like all these noises, and it just, I don't know, it just is so, it like really pulls you back in a moment because there's so much going on around you, while everything around you is like super like lower stimulation than at home. Like it's not like your tasks looking at you. It's not like you being on the internet and stuff like this. But it's like there's a lot of different birds which grab your attention, but it's just overall lower stimulation levels. Yeah. Wolves? I mean, yeah, wolves are here, but they're not really I mean they're not really dangerous or anything. Like I even tried to find them with a friend once, but we weren't lucky. Mm. Yeah, for me it's ninth. Mm. 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 I see, Asta. I mean, maybe there's other ways you can try to deal with the stress, you know? I mean, at some point you definitely need to find different coping mechanisms to self-harm, right? So you might as well just like look up on the internet what can you do to deal with stress, and then just take one of those like their super long lists and just try all of those things. Just start from the top and like go through them. You got officially kicked out of your uni course. Hmm. Oh, oh my God. So what are the next steps now, Indiana John? Hmm. Mm. Aircraft just shared that like the better breathing was making them like more anxious and like maybe hyperventilate even. So that's why we workshop like different methods for like to deal with anxiety. Hmm. Is searching for wolves a safe idea? That sounds dangerous. I like, guys, wolves are not that dangerous, right? Like, you know that. It's like they don't want to kill humans or stuff like this. Like, they don't even look at us as prey, right? Like, they look at us as intruders. So, like, you need to be careful to not, like, piss them off, for sure, right? But they don't seek you out to kill you. Like, you know that, right? Like, this would be very, very desperate wolves. Like, this would usually not happen. Like, you gotta take care when you have, like, a, like a dog or something. Because the dog might piss them off, and then they're gonna, are gonna be ready to fight. Or, like, if you have, like, a small child or something, then you need to watch out, too. But, like, usually you don't really, I don't know, have a problem with them. Like, they cross your way, they look at you, and then they leave again. So, yeah. I mean, here, like, the wolves can also attack. So at some point, there was an attack of a wolf here. But that was, like, because they were in, like, breeding season and, like, people got too close to where they had their kids. And, like, then there was an attack. But it's not like, even that attack, it's like they're gonna, like, bite you and then run off or something, you know? Like, they're not gonna try and kill you. Like, they're not gonna be there to, like, finish the job. So it's, I don't know, it's, like, pretty safe. It's like my mom would literally like go for walks like the entire time in the forest to like see if she's gonna like see a wolf or something because it's actually like super exciting. More likely to be attacked by an owl than a wolf. Yeah, that seems about right. But Indiana Jones, like, do you know why they don't like why they hate you like this? Because that seems fucked up. Like, is there not a like way to resolve this or anything? Yeah, exactly. So like here in the Netherlands, they're actually like really nice. Like not the wolves, but like the way we treat wolves. So for example, like here, like even if a wolf attacks, like there's no talk instantly about like, oh, we're gonna shoot them or like we have to like protect ourselves from them. It's more like, ah, okay, like we see why this happened, and like now that we understand it and it makes entire sense, we're gonna like essentially like make this part of the forest where like they have their babies we tell people to like they can't go there. So it's like restricted area. Just like until the babies are done and everything, you know. And then it's just fine usually. Yeah. Hi Ashanti, welcome, welcome. How you doing? We're doing a mental health check in here, so do you want to take part in it? Have you ever tried to think something that your brain can't think of? Do you mean something like coming up with something like an invention where like it didn't exist beforehand. So that's why like you usually don't think of it. But then you can invent it, or did you at least have a big stick with you for the wolf encounter? No. What the hell? No. All right, I see, Ashanti. But thank you so much. mm, I feel like that's this mind experiment with like, can God, like, if God wants to create a rock which even he can't lift, does that mean God is not all powerful? And if no, so that means God can't create everything, right? Um, I'm like really struggling with that one because I'm not a believer in God. So it's just one of those things where like I guess that like really depends on your definition of God, or what do you think God is. Um, but yeah, so I think there's a question of belief, honestly, because it's not based on facts, right? And then it just is up to your belief. And since I don't believe in God anyway, it's not really, yeah. Much should get auto sub. Honestly, that would be cool. Yeah. Defense stick only? No, no. Like, I wasn't like going alone either. I was like with a friend, right? And then like the wolf's not gonna do anything. Like really. Like wolves don't usually attack. There's been like so many encounters of like the dog owners with the wolves, and there's just they don't really attack. They don't want anything to do with humans. Am I British? I'm not British. I'm German and I live in the Netherlands. Oh my god, there was one video I remember where like there was a dog owner with their dog, and in front of them on the path was the wolf, and the dog of them was like tiny. It was a really, really tiny dog. And it was standing like, I don't know, like off leash, sort of like 5 meters or something in front of the dog owner, and then there was like, I don't know, like a 10 meters to the wolf or something. Um and the dog owner was the entire time like, hey, like come back, to their dog, and like like what the fuck are you doing, come back. And then at some point the tiniest dog even started barking at the wolf, and the dog owner was just like but like nothing happened. The wolf just like left, very unimpressed, and that was the whole thing. Yeah. And hi, Holy Bunch of Roses. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Do you already like? Did you already found like? Did you already find an alibi pupper? Like, is that already like fixed and everything? Do you already know when you get them and there's already like a puppy on the way for you, sort of, or you know? Oof. All right, so it's gonna be a whole thing. Yeah. How do you like? Do you know how it's gonna work with uh yeah, well, with importing it essentially, because they usually need like what do they need? Like certain vaccinations, I think, and like health checkups and everything. And well, I was in a dating app. I suspect it's not a good one. Oh, hey, yeah. So you you wanted to share what happened, or rather no, or like what is there we can help you with? They might go with you to check the pupper. Oh, okay, that's nice. That's really nice, actually. We have like all the connections, Asta. Mm. Did we have everybody with the mental health check-in now? I don't think so, right? So who still wants to do the mental health check-in and share how they've been doing for the past week? Oh, give him anxiety. To see the commands, you need to put an S on the end. And hi, Mill. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? You just want to say thank you? For what? Government agency that I need to apply for importing a paper from outside the EU. Ah, I see. Damn, so much work. Hmm. I see, Indiana John. I mean, from like, so I have these friends, right, who live in this building, which is like apparently a fire hazard. Also, like, a really interesting story, actually. It's really hard for them to get any sort of help with that, apparently. Or it's way harder than we think it would be. Because people, like, in the beginning, they were like super, super helpful. And then, like, now all of a sudden, like, the entire, like, government people and also firemen and everything just sort of say, like, oh, this is like, you made this up. Or where it's like, how can I make this up? Like, look at the pipes. You know, like, it's like, it's about something very physical, right? So you can just look at it and find out if I'm lying or not. But yeah, they just sort of like, they don't get the actual inspection they should be getting at the moment because of that. But there's something which is gonna like change and get better, and that was because one of them contacted the media actually, and the media then was like, okay, we're gonna make like a like just one like episode or whatever about this house. And then the media connected the owner of the building, and now the owner of the building is like, oh, okay, wait, we're gonna, we have so many plans to make this safer and everything already. Give us a chance. So maybe, the media is a thing which can do something or whatever. Like, I don't know how this stuff works, but I just seen it like work for them, so I was like, maybe that's not too bad. Or otherwise, there's like there's also usually like a Department of Education or something, right? Where you could maybe get help from as well. I get people asking to meet up, but at a place where it's not where it's supposed to be. Oh, okay. Is it one of those apps where you just like don't text at all, but like instantly meet up, or because otherwise you could text that's just not at this place, no? Hmm. Oh, no, Fluffy. I'm sorry for you. So, what did you get? Like, how sick are you? I think the stream element points are turned off, by the way. Oh, about the talk from last week? I see, I see. Thank you so much for saying that. I'm glad you feel better, and I'm glad the talk was able to help you a little bit. So, glad we were able to unstuck you. I'm happy to hear that. Thank you for the feedback. I spent a lot of time outside last week, hanging at hammock spots at the Rhine. People in public pace above me lately, so I try to avoid everybody. Like, are bothering you specifically, or are you just bothered by everybody and just can't see people right now? You got the flu pretty bad? Oh, Fluffy. Get well soon. I see, yeah, they're done. See you afterwards. See you later. Have fun at hip-hop class. Oof. I see, Asta. You're being definitely very serious about this. Like, I hope the puppy is gonna fulfill all of your expectations. And hi, Blue. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? No worries, Acraft. A week has been fun, Corrupted. Okay. So, how was it fun? And how are you doing apart from that? I feel like you have touched the mental health check-in so far. I mean, of course you don't need to, right? But would be interested to hear how you're doing. How do you get intentionally fired from a job? I mean, you can also just, leave the job, no? Like, you could just quit. Or... I'm really glad you found such a nice person, Fluffy. I hope it's gonna go well. And I think, just the best thing you can do is always just be yourself. So either then it's like good match or it's not, and even if it's not, then it's also for the better, right? Because you've been yourself. Yeah, let's not tell people to like use physical violence, okay? Even as a joke, I think that's not a really good joke. And some people wouldn't even see it as a joke. So that's even worse. You saved a few lives today, even. Let's go, Corrupted. Thank you for your service. It's really important that we have people who help. Asta. No physical violence recommendation, please. Yes. But why do you want to be fired, go anxiety? Like, you can also just quit a job whenever you don't like it. And with a lot of jobs, you can actually just like talk to them and see if there is a way how you can change it to fit you better. Right? Like, it seems like your boss is maybe like a really nice person, actually. When you're sacking off and he's just like, oh, it's okay. Don't worry. You know? So, why do you want to be fired? Do you like Pokemon? I actually never played Pokemon because I wasn't allowed any what's the thing called again? Like Nintendo back then. So yeah. I don't know anything about Pokemon, but my husband does. Yeah. He played like a few of them, I think, but also not frequently into it now. And hi, Rocket. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Yeah, Blue. I know, I know. Oh my god. That's actually I really like from all the possibilities, I feel like Mill's solution is low-key the best and really savage. But I feel like, yeah, like why do you just don't want to like quit your job? Like if you really don't like it, I feel like honestly just quitting the job instead of like trying to get fired is probably better now. So can I ask what your parents' reasoning was for that? Like we also didn't have a TV forever, and like I didn't have a PC or anything. So it was just I don't know, like a thing of oh, this is just like playing and like on like this tiny screen can't be good for you, sort of thing. So yeah. But nowadays they also have a TV. And like my sisters also have a Wii and everything, so and well the Wii is from me, but they have a PlayStation as well, which they got from them. So I don't know. I feel like I just had like a like it was just unlucky that I was the first one to be born, you know? Yeah. But yeah. So I guess that was sort of the reason, yeah. But welcome, welcome, Shadeen. And how are you doing? How's your mental health doing since last stream? Did you like do any goals or work towards anything? See you later again. You also grew up without the Wii? Yeah. Yeah. It's like it's sort of the same, I think. It's like I do understand where they're coming from. But at the same time it was just sort of annoying to be like the excluded one because like all my friends had a Nintendo and stuff, right? So like then I don't know, it was just like odd because when they wanted to play, I couldn't like play with them. Except their sister didn't want to play, and then I could use sisters. But yeah, it was just like you know, like especially like nowadays, it's just like sad that I never sort of saw where it all started or anything. Because I wasn't taking part in it back then or couldn't. Yeah. I'm also low-key pissed that I wasn't allowed to spend my own money to buy one. Like it like money didn't even matter, bro. It wasn't even like we don't want to give you one, but it was like you're also not allowed to buy one or receive one. So that was low-key annoying. Yeah. Mm. Damn, Asta. No. Fuck, it's 100% over the West. Yeah, I don't know. I think it could have been pretty chill if it weren't for my dad, to be fair. I personally just don't understand, like, if guy with anxiety wants to, like, doesn't like the job, just, like, leave the job, just quit. You know, you don't need to be fired, you can just quit. And, like, yeah, if you quit, there's going to be, like, different sort of terms for quitting the job, for sure. But also, like, you know, it seems like a good job. So I just feel like, you know, I feel like maybe they don't deserve the shitty behavior you would need to do, so they fire you, if that makes sense. Because of the sounds. Oh, why? Because of the sounds, Judith. Middle child have the worst in my experience. I think honestly, it really like it's just one of those things again where like this is also generalization, right? It's sort of the same with like, oh, men have it worse or like women have it worse. I think it's just like a different experience. I think firstborn children have usually like different responsibilities and expectations upon them than like middle children and then like third children. And I feel like maybe there's a thing where like parents learn to parent better by the second child because of the first child. Like that could be definitely like an argument here. But I think apart from that, there's also like super many parents who just don't, like they never see their mistakes. They never, I don't know, or maybe they change, but it's not better. So I'm not sure. I was also always climbing trees as though, yeah. I remember Gawamate saying no children grow up in the same family. Yeah. It's like the same with only child. Like I don't think only child or children have it necessarily better, right? The fuck. I think it's just a different type of experience, and it depends on the personal experience if you liked it better or worse, right? So, oh, I see, Judith. Yeah, true. Hi, Atik. Welcome, welcome. And hi, Akane-sama. How you doing? Guys, let's stop with the generalized statements, right? Like, we don't need a license to have had a bad experience. Like, we don't need the official banner of, like, our place in the family, or like middle child, first child, only child, whatever has it worse officially. We can just say like we didn't like what we have, and we hope that other people have a different, like better, right? Like there's certain statistical things maybe, right? Where like maybe we know, for example, like I don't know, like what Fluffy says sort of like seems like there's like this like like it's based on a study or something. So like if this is, for example, based on a study, then this would be more of like a systemic thing where like on average they have like more problems competing in a social setting. It also doesn't mean that like they have it like the worst or something, right? Because it can also mean that because like having it worst is not like directly to like, oh, you can't compete in social settings later on, right? Like there's a lot adding onto having it the worst, and there's a lot of different variables there. So even then we can only make a statement about this like very specific variable, right? But yeah. Hi Navandro, welcome, welcome, how are you doing? How to get out of depression? Okay, that's a big question. So first of all, it's really important to know if what you're talking about is like what you mean is actual depression or sort of like a depressive episode or something, right? Because depressive episodes are like way more common and are usually not as full-blown sort of integrated in your life and how you live your life than depression. So I guess that sort of like knowing the difference there would be useful for the start. And apart from that, I think honestly the easiest thing is get therapy. It's like you will find or hopefully you will find a person who understands you. If you don't on a first try, then you like need to try second time or third time, right? Like sometimes finding the right therapist takes a bit of time. But I feel like therapy is by far the easiest way to get out of depression, because you have a highly educated person in front of you who had many cases like yours and who can like find out like where you are, right? And this is maybe also something where like possibly like I can like find out like where you are specifically, like where you're coming from, where your depression might come from, right? But this is like in a personal setting. They're usually sort of like or like more often they're sort of compounds of like different therapists working together. So they also get input from different therapists on your case, and they also can refer you to different therapies, right? You can't get it in your country? Okay. So, well, if therapy is not in a picture, so there's online therapy as well, right? But if it's more about the financial component not being available, there is sometimes sort of like public groups where, for example, like essentially groups like the anonymous like alcoholics and stuff like this. Like there's also groups like these often for like mental health problems or depression or whatever. Like there's usually, especially in countries where like the sort of social system is really shit, there's usually a form of community service, which is not that bad because there's like a higher need for it. So the service you can apply to might still be like shittier than like in a developed country with like a big like social system, right? Because it might not be the case that you can get like free therapy, for example, but it might be the case that there's like a group like this, essentially like this community, but in person, where like a therapist is holding it like every Sunday or something, you know, where you can like just go to and like talk to people and get like a bit of guidance, a bit of education, but are just not like meet people in person and maybe find a support system in person. Yeah, and then there's like any like free support services online are also like really amazing, of course. So I feel like finding out what the options are actually really important, because there's usually more options than we think. I guess apart from that, trying to understand your depression, if that makes sense, is something where with that information, you can sometimes just help yourself way better. Because depression can come from like a lot of different things. So I feel like doing a bit of like introspection there, where you just try to be like curious what sort of triggers like a bad phase, or what triggers a good phase, or what lies beneath certain feelings. Yeah, just sort of making like a case study about yourself. And yeah, trying to find out how the narrative around your depression works. Is very, very helpful. But yeah, I think the biggest one is just asking for help and asking for support in any way possible. Because this is just always going to make your chances better. I don't know, like when we look at depression, like depression can be like really hard to beat, let's say. And I don't know, having this social component where you just have a support system which is going to help you is probably going to be better. But at the same time, it needs to be actual support, right? You get. Like, I don't only mean like asking for support and then being bullied, right? Like, we do want to actually get support, if that makes sense. Or something which feels like support for us. And it can also be like sort of difficult to find out what we actually want as support. And it can also need some time to figure that out and like try different things, see how they feel, you know, if that like seems like support to us. But yeah, I feel like sometimes that can make all difference. I feel like sometimes we end up being depressed because we actually feel like we're alone with our problems and we don't have anybody who cares about us or who wants to help or something like this. So I feel like honestly this first step of like reaching out for help, reaching out for support, can make such a big difference, because it can actually like it has the potential to show us that people where we thought they wouldn't help us actually do end up helping us, or where people where we thought like, oh, they wouldn't care or they can't understand, actually do end up caring and understanding. So in this first instance of like reaching out for support, it can essentially change or like change this narrative we had that we're alone with this or that nobody understands us and something like this.
昨日のドタバタが嘘みたいに今日はかなえさんといっぱい話せた。それに キャストとしてのサービスだったとしても嬉しかったな。合宿が終わったら気持ちを伝えるかどうか考えよう。明日は午後から本番前最後のスタジオ入ってすぐステージ設営か。忙しくなりそうだな。スピーカー通ります。
はーい。
そのまま上手まで持ってって。はい。合宿費が高いの納得いくな。設備がすげえや。
毎年合宿はここにお世話になってるみたいだよ。
君らが4年生になった頃にはきっとここにいろいろ思い出ができてるよ。お父さん。
なんだかいいですね。そういう場所ができるのって。
松井、楽器運び込むの手伝って。了解。亜美ちゃん、ここ任せていい？
うん、やっておく。
ネクストステージはグループ B。スタンバイよろしく。亜美ちゃん、緊張してきた？大丈夫？
うん。できる限り練習したし、あとは楽しめたらいいなって。
だね。行こうか。はいはい。よし、みんなスタンバイできた。始めます。気づいてほしいんだ、信じてほしいんだ、色鮮やかな君をいつまでもここで待ってるから。かなえさんと一緒にやれるのこれが最初で最後かもしれない。それでも叶ってよかった。最高の思い出だ。みんな3日間お疲れ様。最終日らしく朝まで飲むもよし、眠るもよし、打ち上がろう。乾杯。先輩たちは酒浴びれていいよな。ジュースじゃ打ち上がれない。
そうだね。
ハメ外して楽しそう。
あ、そういえばハイガくん、ライブの後すごい嬉しそうにしてたね。
え？ああ。ライブ、すっごい気持ちよかったですね。うん。俺、お前の声好きだわ。かなえさんが歌声褒めてくれて。
そうなんだ。ほんと上手だもんね。アミもかっこよかったよ。初ライブとは思えなかった。そんなことないよ。緊張して頭真っ白だったし。ハイガくんとか先輩たちがサポートしてくれたから、なんとか最後まで止まらずに弾けたってだけで。
俺は何もしてないよ。全力で楽しんじゃってたから。
ああ、明日には帰るのか。
一瞬だったな。元の生活に戻りたくね
でも楽しかったね。
え。だな。来年も参加したいな。うん。今年みたいに楽しめるといいけど。合宿終えてもうすぐ1ヶ月。かなえさんに全然会えてない。合宿行ってよかったけど、金銭的ダメージはやっぱでかかったな。お疲れ様でーす。
お疲れ、お疲れ。
はいが、また伸びてんのか。ちゃんと昼飯食ったか？あれ、アイス半分やるから復活せい。優しい。それにしても、 4年生の人たち全然来なくなったな。卒生とか就活で忙しいのかな。きっとそうだろうね。俺らも4年になった時、就活とかに集中できるよう今のうちから単位稼いでおかないとな。身近に優等生がいるとサボり癖防止になって助かるわ。たまに魂抜けてるけど。
あ、そろそろ授業始まる。じゃあお疲れ。
お疲れ様です。はあ、みんな授業行っちゃった。昼休みがピークだからな。この時間休みなの俺らだけだし。はあ、じわじわと寂しさが増してく。自分の中で答えが出た時点ですぐにでも告白するべきだったかな。そしたらこんな時でもメールしたり会えたりできたかもしれない。いやいや、なんで告白してうまくいく前提なんだ。もっと会えなくなる可能性も十分あるのに。どうしようかな。かなえさん、俺のことどう思ってるんだろう。気持ち伝えるのってこんなに怖かったっけ。ありがとうございました。こちらこそありがとう。また来るね。また逃げた。普通にできてたことができなくなってる。なんだこの不快感は。合宿明けからずっとだ。
りょうさん、清掃に入りますよ。
どうしました？大丈夫ですか？なんでもない。
今日はキャスト足りてますから早退してください。
大丈夫だって。
いいえ、今のりょうさんに接客ができるとは思えません。
そんなはっきりと。
今日これからと明日も休んでください。
わかった。時間できたし、明日の講義の後部室寄るか。人と話せば気分も持ち直せるかもしれない。きっと誰かはいるだろう。お疲れ。
お疲れ。珍しいな。学校来てたのか。
一周あるから週2で来てる。部室に来たのは久しぶりだけど。
俺らも合宿以来。なのに下級生はまだ授業中だから誰も来てねえの。っていうか、いつの間に夏終わったんだよ。日が暮れたら肌寒いとかもう秋じゃん。上着着てくればよかった。
冬来たら一瞬で卒業なんだろう
な。内定取れてない就活生にとっちゃ長え冬だよ。かなえはもう就職先決まってんだっけ？
うん。実習でお世話になってた音楽スタジオから声かけてもらって、インターン済ませて正式に内定もらってる。
じゃああとは卒生こなして卒業するだけか。
そうだな。
なあ、もしかして眠いの？いつにも増して正義がない。ちょっと寝たら俺ら帰るとき声かけてやるよ。
じゃあよろしく。やっぱ倦怠感は抜けきらねえな。人増えてる。上着かかってる。知ってる匂いだ。これ。
あ、起きた。それハイガのだよ。
もうバイト行ったけど。
今日これからもっと冷え込むみたいですよ。
マジか。
俺の上着かけちゃっていいかな。
なんか子供に布団かけるママみてえ。
てっきり子供
愛が来てたのか。
一瞬だけな。
上着、その辺に置いとけば明日にでも取りに来るんじゃね？
着て帰る。
着て帰んの？
似合わねえな、そういうの。
俺もそう思う。
カラフルなもの好きじゃないって昔言ってたもんな。杉本のパーカーと交換してもらいなよ。
大丈夫。あったかいから、これがいい。じゃあお疲れ。
お疲れ。ああ、待って。来月3年生が仕切りでライブイベントやるみたいなんだけど、シガーズ出れない？
悪いけど、メンバーと合わせる時間なさそうだから、出演はパス。当日覗きにだけ行く。
了解。じゃあな。
じゃあ。来てたんなら起こせよ。店にも来れてないくせに。どこまでも気使いやがって。声聞きてえな。今日のイベント、オールナイトだったんだな。終電があるうちに帰るか。
かなえさん、お疲れ様です。
お疲れ。今来たのか。
はい。
放課後バイト行って、また大学に戻ってきました。相変わらずハードだな。ギターは練習する時間が作れなくて、出演は見送ったんです。かなえさんもですか？俺も。だからそのうち帰る。え、帰っちゃうんですか？出演しないのに朝までいんのって、メリハリがなくてだらけるんだよな。お前も出ないなら、適当なとこで切り上げて、体休めたら。そうですね。終電の時間調べておきます。なんか、ハイガと話すの久しぶりな気がする。俺も思ってました。この間はかなえさん寝てましたもんね。そうだ。上着貸してくれてありがとな。着て帰ったから洗っちまったけど。おう、すみません。逆に気を使わせてしまって。かなえさん、これ着て帰ったんだ。ずっと家に置いてたから、タバコの匂いついてたら申し訳ねえなと思って、とりあえずクリーニングに出させてもらった。長い間返せなくて悪かったな。いえいえ、会う機会がなかったんで仕方ないですよ。かなえさん忙しそうだし、俺も店に全然行けなかったんで。またバイト詰め込んでんの？はい。給料入ったし、お金はもう貯まってるんですけど。俺のバイト先酒屋なんで、年末に向けて忙しくなり始めて、手が足りない時の穴埋めとかサポートを全部やってたんで、想像以上に疲れちゃって。今日はかなえさん来るかなと思って、意地で来ましたけどね。アイが。はい。お前、もう店には来るな。どうして？
おい、かなえ、いつの間に外出てたんだよ。
上田さん。
ハイガも来てたのか。
はい。ついさっき着きました。
さ、二人とも年末の忘年会参加しない？早めに人数確保して予約取っておきたくてさ。
シフト。俺、バイト30日まで入れちゃってました。
30日の夜はバイトの後来なよ。店も新宿だし来やすいだろ。
それなら行けます。参加させてください。
かなえはどう？バイト？
ないから俺も参加する。
え？
かなえさん今なんで俺を見て返事を？
よっしゃ、大晦日までぶっ通しで飲み倒そうぜ。つーか来てるんならライブ見ろよ。ほら立って立って。
上田みたいにずっと立ってる体力ないんだってば。
自覚あるなら肉食って運動して筋肉つけなさい。
どうしたんだろう。全く読めない。店に行っちゃいけない理由ってなんだ。
この件について少し周りと話し合ってみて。
かなえさんは俺が店に行くためにバイト詰め込むのが嫌だったのかな。
ハイガー。おい、ハイガー。ダメだこりゃ。
待てよ。もし恋人ができたんだとしたら。
なあ、ハイガー。セーター裏返しに来てるよ。ほんとだ、タグ見えてる。XL だってでかー。
かなえさんはもう店を辞めてるかもしれない。
最近スイッチ切れ
だから来るなって。
全然聞こえてないよ。
2週間耐えた。けどやっぱりちゃんと理由を聞きたい。もし指名が通らなかったとしても、まだ在籍してるかどうか確認できれば十分だ。よし。
いらっしゃいませ。
こんばんは。りょうさん指名でいつものコースをお願いします。
申し訳ございません。本日寮は出勤しておりません。
あ、そうでしたか。すみません。本日ってことは偶然休みってことだよな。
現在出勤しておりますキャストはこちらになりまして、おすすめの猫キャストはモニターに出ております直哉とジーコです。
このスタッフさん、俺がかなえさんしか指名する気ないって知ってるはずなのに、どうして他のキャスト進めてくるんだ。
もう少しお待ちいただけましたら当店ナンバーワンのマキもご指名いただけます。いかがいたしましょうか。
りょうさんいないなら日を改めます。
かしこまりました。またのご来店お待ちしております。
最後一瞬間があった気が。失礼だったかな。次いつ出勤するのか怖くて聞けなかった。あ、すみません、前見てなくて。
帰っちゃうの？お客さん、いつも寮を指名してた人だよね。モニターで何度か見たことあるよ。
この店のキャストさん？
でも寮いなかったでしょ？だから帰っちゃうのかなって思って。
はい、そのつもりです。
それなら私とどう？ほら、サービス。いい体してるでしょ？休憩上がったところだから今ならすぐ予約取れるよ。
他を当たってください。
私ね、この店のナンバーワンなの。寮にはできない甘いプレイしてみない？
俺もう帰るんで。
どういうこと？
店の前で何やってんすか、マキさん。
こら、寮ってば、お客さんの前でなんて怖い顔してんの？よしなさいよ、失礼だわ。
いいから来てください。
やめてよ、乱暴。腕折れちゃってば。ちょっと、立花さん、眺めてないで助けてよ。
こんな鉢合わせ方するとは思わなかった。すぐに目そらされたし、呼び止める隙すらもらえなかった。当たり前か。店に来るなって言われてんのに黙ってきたんだもんな。でも今日は出勤しないはずじゃ。俺に何かを気づかせようとしてるのか隠そうとしてるのか、どっちなんだろう。帰ろう。来ない方が良かったのは間 違いない。だからどういうことか説明してください。
少し落ち着きなさいよ。リピーターなのに帰らせたらもったいないから声かけただけじゃん。店の売り上げに貢献しちゃダメなわけ？
店のお客じゃなくて俺のお客です。他のキャストは指名しないって知ってますよね。
亮が出勤してる時はね。いなかったら誰でもいいかもしれないじゃん。
それはないです。
どうして？確約もなしに言い切れないでしょう。
そういう人だと分かったんで。
何それ。本当はすることしてるんじゃないの？
してません。お客と口裏合わせて外で本番してる人と一緒にしないでもらえますか？
特別扱いされるためには相応の優遇をしてあげなきゃでしょ。あえてこんな店で働く理由なんてそれしかないし。
規則を犯さなくてもちゃんと関係を築けたら通ってくれます。
そんな悠長なこと言ってるからいつまでも私を超えられないのよ。特別なこと何もしてないのに絶対自分しか選ばないって、そんな自信どこから湧いて出てくるのかしらね。信頼関係とかそういうの信じらんない。ま、もう帰っちゃったからどうでもいいけど。あ、そう信じていたいから私には絶対に手を出されたくなかったってことか。こんなにムキになったの初めてだもんね。
俺のお客を横取ろうとしたのが気に入らなかったんです。マキさんは本指名で毎日回せるぐらいなのに人目もはばからず勧誘する必要なんてないですよね。
そうだけど同じ労力使うなら扱いやすくて顔のいい男にサービスしたいじゃん。童顔だけど整っててスタイルもいい。あんまりうちの店には来ないタイプだったから興味持ってたんだよね。フリーで来店したら絶対私に接客させてってスタッフに伝えてたのに。
しっかり根回しまでして狙ってるじゃないですか。店の売り上げに貢献するために声かけたんじゃなかったんですか？
あら、そんなこと言ったっけ？
でもこれからもチャンスはないんで。
もうやだこの子。誰にここまで育て上げてもらったと思ってんのよ。っていうか亮、先月からずっとシフト入れてなくない？大学忙しいの？あんたがいないと張り合いないんだけど。
そのことでオーナーと話しに来たんです。
そうなの？じゃあ寄り道してちゃダメじゃん。
誰のせいですか？何が何だかさっぱりだ。合宿で結構打ち解けられたと思ってたのに、こんな状況になるくらいならもう少し希望持ててたうちに気持ちだけでも伝えておくべきだったな。本気ならもっと求めてくれないと信じられない。もしかしてあれって行動を起こしやすくしてくれてたのかな。物足りなかったっつったら入れんのか。最後に一言試すような質問をしてきたのも。それなのに自分からは求めなかった。そのせいで距離を置かれたんだとしたら、このままじゃ本当に手が届かなくなる。ちゃんと誠意を見せないと。思い切って忘年会中に呼び出して告白してみようか。手遅れでは？ラストチャンスだ。
14%ドアが閉まります。ご注意ください。
正直自信もないし、最後のチャンスかもと思うだけで息が詰まる。だけどこのまま諦めるのは絶対嫌だ。待って。
ハイガ君って彼女作ったりしないの？
なんで？
女の子と一緒にいるところを見かけたことないなって。
コンパとかも行ってる気配ないしな。それがいいんじゃん。女気がないからこそモテんだよ、こういうタイプは。
女子からの矢印がこういろんな方向からだ。
いたた、やめてくださいよ。山内さん、俺に意地悪すぎ。
なんかハイガっていじりたくなんだよな。で、フリーでいる理由は何？言ってみ。ほれほれ。
理由なんてなくたっていいじゃないですか。彼女が欲しいと思ってないだけですよ。
草食男子にも程があんぞ。すんげえ年上のエッチなお姉さんと付き合ってんのを隠してるとかじゃねえの？
ああ、もう、酔っ払ってる山内さんめんどくさい。
ハイガが切れた。切れんなよ。外で少し話さない？散歩でもしながら。
小田さん、私も外の空気吸いたい気分なので、ぜひ。
連れてかれちゃった。合宿あたりからよく一緒にいますよね、あの二人。そうなんだ。
んだ。
ついこの間も水族館行ったって言ってたよ。
デートじゃん。
付き合う前の楽しい時期だね。両思いっていいな。
お前が言うなよ。
なんでですか？
ハイガならともかく、小田君には俺かなわんな。
どういうことですか？
お前は好きだらけだもん。
ひどい。
かなえ、大丈夫か？さっきからずっと黙ってんじゃん。こう。
浮ついた相談していい？
恋愛相談？珍しい。いいよ。
好意を受け入れたい時ってどうする？
告白されたってこと？オッケーすりゃいいじゃん。
告白はされてない。
お前に好意があるってバレてんのに？かなえから告白されるのを待ってるパターンか。女子って告白されたがる人多いもんな。
待ってはないと思う。女じゃないし。
ストップ。場所を変えよう。待て、かなえ。上着、風邪ひくって。
かなえさん、今日は林田さんにぴったりだな。話しかけるチャンスがない。だいぶ顔赤いけど大丈夫かな？
冗談ではない。俺、真面目に相談乗るし、ふざけんのはなしだからな。
ふざけてない。男からの好意を受け入れたいと思ってんだよ。
その行為って本当にガチなやつ？思い込みだったらなんかややこしいことになりそうで怖いんだけど。
じゃあ林田は俺とキスできるか？もし俺から迫ったら殴り飛ばすだろ。
殴りゃしねえけど、ごめん、絶対無理。その男とキスまでしたんか。つうか両思いって分かってんだったらお前が告っちゃえば？
されたいからしたくない。
誰これ？俺の知ってるかなえじゃない。そうか。ああ、タバコ落としちゃった。こいつこんな可愛いこと言っちゃうんだ。お前から告る気がないならせめてそういう空気作りくらいはしてあげたら？
空気作り？
買い物付き合ってとか宅飲みしようとか適当に誘って二人きりの時間作ってさ。
できっかな、そんなことは。
こっちは受け入れ体制整ってんぞっていうのを気づかせてやればいいだけだよ。相手がもし自信がなくて告るのためらってるなら、それが一番効果的な気がする。
なるほどな。なんか悪かったな、こんな相談して。お礼のタバコどうぞ。
サンキュー。いやー、マジビビった。でも酔っ払ってても山内じゃなくて俺に相談したのは正解だったと思う。
何でも面白がっちゃうからな、あいつは。
それな。
このまま二次会参加できる人挙手して。
どうしよう、かなえさんは参加するのかな。
林田とかなえいなくね？
俺呼んできましょうか。
お、頼んだ。
よいしょっと。寒っ。かなえさん大丈夫ですか？うずくまって。
おう、はいか。
バケツいります？
はきゃしねえよ。店ん中だと暖かくて寝そうって言うから、ここで酔い覚ましてたんだよな。そろそろ中入るか？嘘だろ、寝てんじゃん。
今杉本さんが二次会行ける人の人数取ってるんですけど、無理そうですね。
会費払って寝るだけになるだろうな。てか俺、二次会の幹事任されてるんだった。やっべえ。かなえ任せたら怒る？
大丈夫ですよ、二次会パスするんでタクシー拾って何とかします。
悪いな、超助かる。
かなえさん、タクシー捕まえますけど住所言えますか？乗った瞬間寝ちゃいそう。一緒に降りる。いいえ、行っていいんですか？来て。わかりました。かなえさん、5階着きましたよ。こっち。鍵開けれます？本当に来ちゃった。かなえさん家だ。お邪魔します。視界が回る。どうしたんですか？こんなに飲んで。そんな怒んなよ。怒ってはないですけど。風呂入りたい。髪がタバコ臭い。まだダメですよ。酔っ払いは風呂入ったら危ないってばあちゃんが親父によく言ってました。寝ないよう気をつけるし、ぬるめのシャワーにする。それでも危ないって言うなら付き添って。かなえさんがダダこねてる。実は結構甘えん坊なのかな。今一瞬寝てました？後ろの髪全然洗えてないですよ。じゃあやって。心配で風呂までついて入っちゃったけど、店で一緒に入った時よりは冷静でいられるかも。何もされない安心感。なんで脱がねえの？俺は付き添いなんで自分家に帰ってから風呂入ります。かなえさんその顔久しぶりに見た。服貸すから泊まってけ。泊ま？帰んの面倒だろ。俺今か なえさんの髪乾かしてる。私服。よし、オッケー。なあ、俺に言いたいことない？え？この間店行ってすみませんでした。来るなって言われてたのに。その話じゃない。もっと大事なこと。俺にとっては大事なことなんですけど。それについてはまた改めて言わなきゃいけないこと。思い当たるのは俺がかなえさんのこと憧れか恋愛対象かどっちで見てるかって話ですか？それかなえさんから話を振られると思わなかった。俺が自分で答え出すのずっと待っていてくれたのかな。かなえさん、俺ちゃんと答え出せまし。かなえさん？眠気に負けた。あともう少しで告白できそうだったのに。かなえさん、ベッドまで運びますよ。ソファーは俺が借りたいので。ソファーは寝るところじゃない。よっ。床ならいいですか？床は床だろ。はい、ベッドですよ。よいしょ。ここで寝る。はい？はいがな。それはさすがに。寝てる。もう。落ち着け俺。花飾ってる。好きなのかな？メッセージカード？
両へ2年半お疲れ様でした。育てがいのある可愛い後輩ができて毎日楽しかったよ。大学卒業するまでは在籍してくれると思っていたから本当にびっくりしたし寂しいけど、身の回りが落ち着いたら打ち上げしようね。マキより。
マキさんってあの人だよな。
私ね、この店のナンバーワンなの。
ってことはこれって。はいが。どうしました？電気消して眩しい。寝ろ。すみません。消します。寝ます。ソファーじゃ寒くて布団入っちゃった。朝起きてびっくりされませんように。せめて端にいよう。あの手紙の感じだともう店は辞めてるんだろうな。彼氏できたから辞めた。じゃあな。胃が痛い。来店を拒否されたことも店辞めてるっぽいことも一旦忘れて切り替えないと。それで明日こそ絶対。朝。布団あったか。いない？カーテン開いてる。ベランダかな。タバコか。 おはようございます。
おはよう。もう昼だよ。よく寝たな。
やばい、バイト遅刻。
今日シフト入れてなかったろ。
そうでした。
顔洗ってきなよ。洗面所にタオル置いといたから。
ありがとうございます。どうやって話を切り出そう。起きたばっかで告白って変かな。っていうか、かなえさんは昨日の記憶、どこまであるんだろう。かなえさん、昨日のことなんですが。
介抱してくれてありがとな。
いえいえ、心配でついてきちゃっただけです。それより、伝えたいことがあったので。
話の途中で寝ちまったもんな。聞くわ。
しっかり記憶残ってる。今からですか？急展開。だけど大丈夫。腹はくくった。
で、気持ち、はっきりした。
はい。もっと早く伝えられたはずなのに、遅くなってしまって。
答えが出てるなら聞きたいなと思っただけ。せかしてるわけじゃない。
いえ、言います。けど、顔見たら緊張しちゃうので。最後になるかもしれないし、抱きしめながら伝えてもいいですか？後輩じゃなく、一人の男として、かなえさんと同じ時間を過ごしたいって思ってます。俺と付き合ってほしいです。
憧れの先輩に留めておかなくていいのか。
それだといつか届かなくなっちゃうので。初めての気持ちの中で迷子になったりしましたけど、かなえさんのこと知れば知るほど惹かれていく実感はしっかりあって、もう目で追うだけじゃ足りないんです。頭ポンポンされてる。
いいよ。俺も見られてるだけじゃ足りないから。お前の視線が他の誰かに向くのも嫌だし。
でもかなえさん、男らしい人が好きって言ってましたよね。俺頼りないし、自信も余裕も財力もないですけど。
絵画が思い描く男らしい人は相当ハイスペックなんだな。俺が求めてたのは安心感。それだけ。女とも恋愛できる人がゲイの自分を選んでずっと好きでいてくれたらどんだけ幸せかなって変な憧れがあったから、不安になりそうな人はみんな弾いてきちまった。
それで一回振られたんですか？
不安要素が多すぎたからな。ちゃんと告られてもないし。でも手探りながらも慎重に関係を築こうと頑張ってる姿は長い間見てきて、本気なんだなって安心できた。そのまっすぐさはお前の魅力だよ。
俺のこと見ててくれたんですね。なんか照れます。かなえさん、大好きです。
ありがとう。俺もだよ。
最後までしてもいいですか？
お前から求められんのすげえ新鮮。
指輪のゴムあります？
いらない。もうこの体仕事道具じゃないから。
やっぱり店辞めてたんですね。なんで来るなって言われたのかずっと気になってました。
その話今したい？
思い出してモヤモヤしちゃいそうなんで今がいいです。
素直だな。
体冷えないように布団で。
どうも。辞めた理由はいろいろあって、一番は接客が楽しめなくなったこと。指名が入ってモニターチェックするたび配下じゃなかったって思って気がそがれた。
それなら来るなの前に早く来てがあってもよかったじゃないですか。突然距離を置かれてすごい悩みましたよ。
合宿で配下とした時のが頭に強く残っちまって、他人と触れ合うことが不快に感じ始めて、まともに仕事できなくなってたんだ。その反面、次お前が来店したら本番したくなりそうで、ああ言うしかなかった。
そんな状態になってたなんて全然気づけませんでした。
気づかれてたら告白の返事できなかったよ。アイガは自分のセクシュアリティを受け入れて初めて男と女どっちと恋愛するかっていう狭間にいただろ。だからいつか後悔してしまわないよう、俺が引き寄せるんじゃなく、お前の意志で道を選んで欲しかった。
難しいです。狭間？
ああ、こいつまだ内田さんのこと気づいてないのか。聞き流しといて。
はい。
もういい。全部話した。いつまで生殺しにすんだよ。
そうですね。話してくれてありがとうございました。
そこ。中息なんてめったにしないのに、お前の指やばい。俺も何か
しなくていいですよ。何も考えず浸ってほしいです。入れる前に行っちゃいそう。たまんないです。
ダメ。俺の中で言って。筋肉ついた。
かなえさんに会うためにたくさん働いたので。
なるほど。
言いたかったら我慢せず言ってくださいね。
わかった。
越しますね。ゆっくりした方がいいですか？
別に大丈夫そうだけど。奥まだ動いてないのに、この体勢やだ。
すみません、戻しますね。持ってかれそうだった。危ない。
ゆっくりされたら身が持たない気がするから肺がのいいようにして、辛くなったらちゃんと言う。
わかりました。すごい絞り。
すごい。
俺も腰止まんないです。
踏ん張りが効かなくなってきた。気持ちよすぎる。
いきそう。
いいよ、出して。
俺が告白するの待ってたんですか？
なんで？
昨日言いたいことないって話振ってくれたし、話しやすい空気作ってくれたのかなと思ったんですけど。
不自然だったか。やっぱ慣れないことするもんじゃないな。おせっかいだったよな。
いえ、むしろ甘えてばかりで申し訳なかったなと。
そんなことね
ああ、長居してすみません。今何時だろ
えよ。予定ないならもう一泊してけよ。
う。いいんですか？一緒に年越し。
恋人らしいじゃん。
じゃあ、年越しそば食べましょう。俺作るんで。
ごちそうさま。手際いいよな。そば一瞬で完成した。そんで一瞬で食っちまった。美味しかった。
材料切って乗せただけですよ。
だけじゃねえよ。梨作ったり茹でたりすんじゃん。買った方が楽って思っちま
わかりますけどね。ばあちゃんが自信を持たせてくれたんで、振る舞いたくなっちゃうんです。勇気は自分を飾るのが上手じゃないから、人より少し得意なことを増やしなさいって、俺が小さい時から料理を教えてくれて。
う。勇気？
ああ、下の名前です。そういえば俺も、かなえさんの名前知らない。
亮だよ。源氏名のまんま。
大胆ですね。
バレたらバレたでいいやと思ってたからな。
あなた、源氏名の意味わかってる？オーナーもちゃんと言ってあげなさいよ。本名はなしでしょ。
マキさんに、せめてカタカナにしろって言われて、表記だけ変えたけど。
あの人、先輩だったんですね。すごく積極的な方で。
金と好みの男のためなら何でもやるらしい。根はいい人なのに、その図太さがたまに傷。
俺お金持ってないのにな。
男として目をつけられたんだよ。
そうなんですか？焦りました。
ハイガは俺以外の男とは無理だって言ってたから、 断れると信じてたけど、向こうが強行してきたらヤバいなっていう焦りはあった。
今日から私が寮を育ててあげるから、ついてきなさいね。
俺があの店でうまくやっていけたのは、あの人のおかげだし、ずっとナンバーワンをキープしてるだけあって、プレーは本当にうまいから。
じゃああの時、俺のことを守ってくれたんですね。ありがとうございます。
ちょっと離れて。さっきの感覚がまだ残ってて。
反応しちゃいます？
付き合ってそうそう嫌だろ。欲情してるみたいで。
俺は嬉しいですよ。かなえさんに求めてもらえるなんて。
早めに終わらせるから、俺の好きにさせて。
はい。
初めてしたばっかなのに、奥がうずく。早く欲しい。
嘘、待って、ゴム。ダメですって、かなえさん。
求めてもいいって言ったろ。少しくらい浮かれさせろ。
だからって、これは、やばい。耐えられな。泣いてください。行く。
ハイガは、俺が主導権握るとすぐ行くんだな。
かなえさん。
謝るから、そう睨むな。卒業すんの嫌になってきた。
俺はずっと嫌ですよ。喫煙所とかで泣いちゃいそうですもん。
よくいたからな。イベントの後、卒業ライブしか残ってないし。あれ、杉本からメッセージ来てる。卒業式後、朝までオールか。例年通りだな。これ、他学年も出演できるだろ。出なよ。
練習する時間が取れそうにないんです。学科の試験もあるし。卒業式、かなえさんはスーツですか？
まあ、それっぽいの着てくかな。
晴れ姿、楽しみにしてます。
普段と変わんねえよ。あんま期待すんな。
先輩たち来たよ。了解。お疲れー。お疲れ様です。スーツかっこいいっす。
先輩たち綺麗。袴素敵です。でしょう。サンキュー。
卒業おめでとうございます。
記念のアルバムと花束です。ありがとう。
今日でここくんの最後か。
明日の朝までいるけどな。
あっちゅう間じゃん。
そうだ、もうすぐしたら林田たちも来るよ。
途中まで一緒だったけど女子に捕まったんだよな。
なんかの組織みたいで目立ってた。
組織？
ほら来た。やっぱすげえや。
かっこいい。
本人たちに言ってやれ。
お疲れ。部員大集合じゃん。
卒業おめでとうございます。部員からのメッセージアルバムとお花です。
ありがとう。
スーツ姿新鮮で見とれちゃいます。
俺には惚れた、恋した。
山内さんは大丈夫です。
最後の最後にささやか仕返ししてきやがって。
先輩たち、その格好でこの後のライブやるんですか？
そうよ。女性陣は着替えるらしいけど。
毎年恒例なんだよな。動きづらいのに。
最後感あっていいじゃん。解散ライブにぴったりっつうか。
おお。ラストライブ、目に焼き付けますんで。よろしく。
こいつもう泣きそうになってない？かわいい。
もう、話してください。
間に合った。
出番お疲れ様でした。
今セッティング始めたとこですよ。
シガーズのライブもこれで見納めか。解散とかもったいねえよな。
そうですね。でも活動してるうちにライブが見れてよかったです。
ほんとそれ。俺、動画撮ろうかな。
後で送って、お願い。
任せとけ。
ラストライブなんで、持ち曲のメドレー的なやつやって終わります。4年間ありがとうございました。4年間。俺はそのうちのたった1年しか知らないんだよな。出会う前はどんな風に過ごしてたんだろう。山内さんや林田さんはどんなかなえさんを知ってるんだろう。この先俺はかなえさんのどんな表情を見ていけるんだろう。
秒で終わっちゃったな。泣いて。
実はもう一曲やります。
え？
カネ、アンプこっちにつなぎ替えて。
何？なんで？
いいからいいから。
もうやる曲ないだろ。
それじゃ、サプライズゲスト、カモン！
飛び入り参加、失礼します。
シガーズを引っ張ってくれたリーダーや俺と山内だけじゃできることが限られるから、あいつの力借りたんだ。絵画の歌声また聞きたいって言ってたじゃん。
でも時間なくて出れないって。
だから合宿の時にお前らのグループがやってた曲だよ。無理言って1回だけスタジオ入ってもらっちゃったけどな。
俺誘われてない。
急にボケんのやめて。サプライズって言ってんじゃん。
歌っても大丈夫ですか？歌って。では1曲歌います。やべえな。手震えそう。気づいてほしいんだ、信じてほしいんだ、色鮮やかな君を。
なんか、涙腺にくるくる。
確か思い出すよな。時間もして
同じく。
時間にしたら4分もないけど、今後この曲を聴くたび今を思い出すんだろうな。
聞き入ってたら一瞬だった。背後のやつ、やっぱステージでは落ち着いてんな。こっちはもういっぱいいっぱいだっつうのに。あいつ相手。
4年間お疲れさん。
カナエも泣いてんじゃん。
はい、それただけ。でもありがとう。
やっべ、俺まで泣いちゃいそう。
お前ら涙腺ガバガバかよ。この後 DJ タイムなんだから、さっさとステージ降りんぞ。
時間をしてすみません。シガーズプラス絵画でした。ありがとうございました。
サプライズなんて
て初めてされた。
驚いてもらえてよかったです。大成功。
お前の方がボロ泣きだったけどな。声揺れちゃうから耐えてたつもりだったのに、気づいたら止まんなくなってて。卒業したら学内で偶然会うこともなくなるし、連絡を取り合えても、かなえさんは仕事で忙しくなるだろうし、やっぱ寂しいです。貯金しなよ。無理しない程度に。
貯金？
同じ家に帰れば毎日会えるだろう。
同棲ってことですか？
そう。俺は職場の関係上引っ越せないから、ハイガがうちに住むって感じになるけど、引っ越しの費用さえなんとかできたら、その後の生活費はかなり抑えられると思う。
いいんですか？俺場所取りますけど。
気にしねえよ。一人で寂しくなるより、暑苦しいくらいが楽しそうじゃん。
貯金頑張ります。
ほどほどにな。
ほどほどに。
2年後。今年が最後の合宿か。楽しんでこいよ。
はい。早朝に起こしちゃってすみません。りょうさんもお仕事頑張ってくださいね。じゃあ行ってきます。
いってらっしゃい。
そんなこんなで最後の合宿。
シークレット会議を始めます。
シークレット？つか4年生だけ？だね。
引き継ぎノートに書いてあったの。交流会ライブには4年生だけが知る特別ルールがあって、シャッフルバンドで組みたい1年生を4年生が1人ずつ指名して、その他の1年生は経験者と未経験者でバランスを見て振り分けるらしいよ。ランダムじゃなかったってこと？そうなの。バランスを取るためって書いてある。
確かにいつも1年生がうまいこと分散してるなとは思ってたけど、まさか調整されてたとはな。
じゃあハイガ君、去年のやつとか参考にして名前書く枠書いてくれる？
オッケー。
上の代の人たちもみんなこのルールでやってきたのか。これ俺たちが1年の頃の。俺の名前の横にりょうさんの文字。あの時の運じゃなかったんだ。ただいま。さすがに寝てるよな。さっさと風呂入って俺も寝よう。りょうさんの匂い、すごく久しぶりに感じる。ちょっとだけ抱きしめてもいいかな。安心する。おかえり。起こしちゃいました？いや、いい。寝るつもりじゃなかった。すみません。もう少し早く帰れるはずだったのに。3日我慢した分、満足させてくれるなら許す。嘘。疲れてるだろ。おやすみ。今ので立っちゃった。りょうさん、貸
宿行った時のこと覚えてます？
覚えてるかな。
シャッフルバンドで誰選びました？引き継ぎノート見ちゃいました。当時は自分のくじ運に喜んでましたけど、運よりもっと嬉しいことが起きてたんですね。
特別な理由で選んだわけじゃなかったと思う。けど、誰にしようかは迷わなかった。つうか、銃弾癖やめろって何か言えば。
俺、話し出すと腰止まっちゃうんでしたね。気をつけます。
分かったから。
またゆっくり話聞かせてくださいね。
もう、黙ってくれ。
Let me read through the messages. Hi, Irfan. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming by, though. Thank you for stopping by and saying hi. And I hope next time maybe there's more time. We'll see. Mm. I'm like, I actually wanted to like see if do you know anything about the tests already? Like, is that a thing where we know, or does that take longer to know? I don't know. Like, some universities can be quite fast, but others can be super take ages. Mm. Great. Can you tell or feel when you're about to be depressed, stressed, or something like that? And if yes, how do we stop it? I think it's actually a very big part of being mentally stable to learn that how to learn to see the signals earlier and earlier, if that makes sense. To notice okay, I'm actually pushing myself too far right now. I'm a little bit exhausted. To notice after a week, on Sunday, oh damn, I actually feel like I need to rest today. Otherwise, tomorrow I won't have I won't be on full energy. And so I think with this, I feel like that's been a big part of me becoming mentally stable. That I was more and more training this ability to notice when it's going wrong earlier and earlier, and then correct course, essentially. Because I think there's always going to be moments in your life where stress turns too much because there's things coming together which you haven't planned, or where a big negative news hit you, somebody died or something, or super sick, whatever. And then you might have a depressive phase or something like this, or like a close friend is betraying you, or you lose your job unexpectedly or whatever, like things where everything feels like it's turning upside down and you don't know how the future is going to look like. And I feel like anything like that is going to be easier to handle if you're usually on a very like energy type good base level. Because if that hits you when you're already like super stressed out since like a month and you haven't done anything about it, right? It's going to be like harder to like, you don't have that much energy to deal with this. So it's going to be harder than when you're like on a very balanced energy level and then something like this hits you. But I think apart from that, it's also really just knowing what you need or how you can help yourself. So like, do I need to talk to a friend? Do I need to go for a walk in nature? Do I need to like not do anything for the entire day? Do I maybe need to work out or like go like play tennis or something like this? Do I need to actually seek out more education or something which is sort of cognitively challenging? Do I need... What else could there be? Do I just need to do something which is like a creative project, you know, with your hands, which is sort of easy, but at the end you get like some result out of it, which can sort of like get you started and give back this feeling of like control and like I can influence the situation I'm in. Like, do I maybe need to cut down on social media? Do I need to cut down on any sort of drugs? Do I need to maybe sort of find a solution to my job or a friendship and like start a big talk because there's something which has to change, right? So I feel like being open to notice the signals and then actually do something about them is definitely, I think, a big factor. Like, I feel like a big factor about being emotionally stable is actually preventative measures instead of afterwards be like, okay, what do I do now? But yeah, that's usually not what we call like depression. Like, this is more like if there's like a bad phase, you know? Actual depression is usually like a very like a bigger topic. Like, it's not as easy to fix because it's like really like it can be really integrated in our life and in our lifestyle. And so this is why like therapy is definitely like the easiest solution, right? Because you then have like a very knowledgeable person right there with you in a one-on-one talk, giving their full attention to you, right? So, and then like also talking to colleagues and like asking back, like you just get like so much knowledge in a person in that moment. But yeah, if therapy is like not an option at all, just seeking out like any support you can seek out, if it's from friends, family, maybe like online groups like here, or like usually there's some type of community centers and like what community center do as well. But seeking out any support you can is probably a really good starting point. Depression for me was always a dark spot. From where it feels difficult to come out, it feels like it's all what I am. I get so lost in it because it becomes so normal. Yeah. I mean, depression can be like really confusing. There's what we sort of do know is that depression is like very connected to lacking initiative. So this is why there are some programs. I think like in England, it was a program where it's they essentially prescribe you like a gym or some type of like sport or like going outside and hiking, sort of like things like these. If you struggle with depression, sorry, I need to. Oh, this is so much better. Because we know it's so connected to lacking initiative and like not doing anything and like stagnation. So I think like by reaching out for help, by reaching out for support, you also essentially like reach out to have people help you with that, right? Like they're gonna be there and want to help, so they will want to do something. So it can also like keep you from like stagnating and like help with the initiative. And I think that's also a big part of it. And hi, Fire, welcome. How you doing? Is depression part of grief or grief is part of depression? I don't think everybody who's grieving needs to be depressed. I think it's very likely to sort of feel like, depending on how you define depression. And for example, if you also put in a mix that like, oh, I feel depressed, like we commonly use it, then like for sure, like probably most people would say when they're grieving really bad that they would, oh, I feel so depressed, you know? This is not really about the official definition of depression though, right? This is more like how we sort of in normal society came to use the word. So I feel like grief or like big grief can trigger like a depressive episode. And depression, like grief can definitely be a part of depression when we, for example, grieve like a different course of life we would have had if something didn't happen or something, you know? Or when we grieve what person we're not or something. Like I feel like grief and sort of this feeling of like, I wish it would have been different, like I wish I would live life in a sort of alternate universe where I'm not depressed, and like grieving for that is like a very common sort of part of depression. But it's not like always has to be there or something, you know? It's just very likely, I think. Like from like that's how I would phrase it, I think. Thank you for the follow. I used to love things I used to love don't excite me anymore. That is sadly a very common thing in depression. It really is annoying. Nothing makes me happy. Back, bad lucks, failures, the feeling of inferiority, failure, losing the faith in God. When everything around me is just, I hate people of my country and can't even move out. Yeah, that's tough. And I definitely see you there. So I feel like, so I don't know if this thought will help you, right? But I feel like sometimes, and some people, it can really help to know that what we perceive doesn't need to be the reality. So, for example, like when you say like back-to-back bad lucks, failures, the feeling of inferiority, failure, and like, I mean, everything around me is just blah, blah, blah. This Okay. So I'm sort of like I'm considering right now how I start this topic to make sure you feel seen. Because the thing is, I definitely see you. I see your perspective 100%. This is so much what my perspective looked to be like when I was depressed. I just felt so stuck, and I was so, it was so weird to me that nothing made me happy anymore. And it was so concerning to me because actually I felt like when I look around, my life is actually sort of fine. So why am I not happy? And I just couldn't understand it. And I was also like low-key bullying myself for the situation I'm in and the position I was in. But I think a lot of the time, what really got me was this perspective that I had that everything is bad and that there's only bad things coming around. There's only like sort of like negativity towards me, towards others. Like everything seemed so negative. Like every perspective I got, any information I got and perceived from the world around me seemed really, really negative. And so I feel like one of the things which could have helped me back then is to know that how we perceive and what we perceive and how we interpret what we perceive is actually really, really dependent on how we feel. So when we feel really unhappy, when we feel anxious, we're gonna see more things which apply with that reality. So when we feel inferior, we're gonna see more evidence and collect more evidence in our daily life that will prove this perspective. Even though we might go through the same day, a person like where like we wouldn't feel inferior like the same day is gonna look so different. And we know this because there's this like really funny article, which is, well, okay, I guess it depends on if you would call it funny or not. Let me see. Let me like look up the link real quick. So this is the link. So essentially what they did in this experiment is they put like a really bad scar on somebody's face, and then before they had that person talk to other people, they wiped it off. So that person was still thinking they had the bad scar, but essentially the scar was gone and they were talking to other people like they would always do. Afterwards, they were asked to like fill out sort of like a questionnaire about like how they felt the other person reacted to them, if it was different because of the scar and blah, blah, blah. And we know that most of the people, or like a really like significant percentage here, felt like, oh yeah, they treated me so different, for sure, like everything because of that scar. Like you could really, like I could feel how they were looking at me weird and stuff like this. And this is so funny, right? Because they didn't have this scar. Their expectation of people treating them differently because they had the scar influenced so much the reality they perceived that the reality they perceived fit to having a scar even though they didn't. And with that, there is a sort of like nice
we don't feel like we have.
There's a nice audiobook I'm like listening to right now. It's this one. This is, to my knowledge, not from any psychologist or anything. It's just a person offering their perspective. And so, you know, like take it with a grain of salt. Don't like with everything, you know, like take the things which are useful, leave the things which are not. But this is essentially like the title of the book is Don't Believe Everything You Think. And he has this really, really nice example actually where there's this a monk who struggled super hard with meditating and focusing in the meditation, and who's always like so pissed off by everybody around them, like if they're disturbing the meditation. And then the monk like tries to avoid everybody and everything, and it's like, okay, I'm gonna completely isolate myself and meditate to be able to properly meditate because so many people are disrupting me the entire time. So annoying. And then he's on this, like, in the middle of the lake on a boat, meditating, and he still gets pissed off. And that's why he notices, like, oh, fuck, okay, so it's actually not about the others, it's about me. And I don't know, I feel like this is... Send a message in a mod channel on Discord, is it invisible or gone? What? In the mods channel on Discord. I send a message. But I feel like sort of keeping that in mind, that things look bad right now, but they're probably not as bad as you think. For me, that personally helps me in dark moments to just not get sucked into this negative thinking spiral. Because I feel like sometimes when we get these negative thoughts and when we get all of this negative information, right, we just, well, we believe it. Like, we think, oh, this is something we see. We believe the information we get, right? Because it's just like, this is something we see. This is something we went through. Like, of course it's real. Like, of course this is objective reality. But we don't understand how we're actually like biasing ourselves for the negative things, and how we're probably like when you say yourself, right, you're not excited anymore by the things you used to love. You're not happy anymore by so many things. It's like you also don't get these, like, this is something you're lacking, but it's still there. And these negative informations you get can sometimes make our depression even worse, because it makes us less hopeful, because it makes the world seem so much worse. And it can make us like isolate ourselves even more, because we don't trust anybody anymore. It can make us like not ask for support, because like, oh, but like when I like said this for like super many flower walls and like asked them for support, like they didn't get it. And we instantly see it like, oh, they rejected me and like they don't want to help me. But in essence, they probably just didn't understand what you asked them for. So I feel like for the specific purpose of when you are depressed, to not be sucked into this rabbit hole, this is where I feel like this perspective can help. To just know everything looks so bad right now, but this doesn't need to be true. It also doesn't need to be wrong, right? And it's still important to listen to your emotions and maybe like, you know, like not like let somebody like from your perspective bully you and like not say something, just thinking like, oh, but this is probably not true. It still hurts me, but it's not true. But it just sort of changes the way we go about things, right? Because it will change us from being instantly offended and being like, oh, how can you say something like this? To being like, hey, is this how you mean this? Like, to me, it just seems like you're like bullying me for not trying, but I tried really hard. And then we're able to reach out and connect to the people around us. And I think only having that can already be really powerful. Yeah. And the second thing, I guess, which is really important to understand about depression is when you were depressed for like a long period of time, like it's not a depressive episode where you're like depressed for a couple of months, but you're depressed for like a long period of time. It probably has to do something with how you live your life right now and how you make your decisions right now. So you probably like need to do some adjustments to how you live life, to make life less draining, less yeah, I guess it depends on like how your depression, sort of how that narrative is. But just like the most common negative emotions we have of your depression, or like that narrative of your depression, it's going to be linked to something. So see if there's ways how you can change these negative things into something better, how you can do something about it. Hmm. Sorry, I was losing my shoe. Just remember, depression doesn't leave just because you understand that depression responds to behavior, not to philosophy. Yeah, for sure. Like, depression is definitely, like, this is exactly what I mean. Like, depression, like, if you, like, have it for a year, it's not just, like, one bad thing you had or something. Well, okay, I guess for a year, it could still be like, oh, one bad thing happened, but it's, like, a really grave thing, and you didn't properly deal with it, and now everything is off balance. But there's still, like, yeah, there definitely needs to be behavior change. But I think sometimes this behavior change can, like, so that's the thing with depression, right? Because it's so linked to lacking initiative, behavior change is really hard, right? Like, makes sense, right? Like, behavior change is like doing something active and doing something which is scary as well, usually. And then on the other hand, you have just this, like, lack of initiative or, like, initiating anything, right? So because of this, behavior change is going to be extra hard. But this is why I feel like just changing the perspective in that way to, like, not, yeah, like the title of the book says, don't believe everything you think, might help you. Like, if it does help you to not go into that spiral, I think that's really beneficial already. Because if you don't go into that spiral, you stay in it's easier to do something. It's easier to change something because the pressure is not that high. Right. So, yeah. Am I right? Am I right? Yeah. So this is exactly what I meant. Yeah. It's like, well, I guess, okay, it's sort of like depression can get definitely better once you understand it, right? Like, for example, with, like, because depression is very linked to worldview as well, right? And how your belief system works. So if you understand more about your belief system and your worldview, and you come to new thinking patterns there, it can definitely, like, make a big difference. But there's probably, like, gonna be behavior change, but that behavior change might automatically start because you changed your thinking patterns, right? Because you came to different conclusions, and that's why now you make decisions differently. So, for example, like, understanding the perspective, if it's of, like, don't believe everything you think, and, like, don't get into this negative spiral, is going to help you to make different decisions, right? And probably better informed decisions. It's probably going to help you to reach out for support more, just because the pressure isn't too high and you're not stuck in this, like, super, super dark place where everything seems shit and everybody seems dangerous and everybody seems like who is, like, rejecting you or something like this. So in that regard, this more, like, perspective change can lead you to behavior change. Hi, Snake, welcome. I remember reaching a point in my life when I believe that nothing matters, no purpose, no divine meaning, just existence. And then I ask myself, if nothing matters, why does my suffering method so much? You know, if the universe doesn't give a shit, why am I carrying this weight? That's valid. Also lost the love of my life. I did everything for her, helped her in her career and everything to make her life better for years. And at the end, she said she can't marry me because she belongs to a superior caste and she needs to keep the bloodline pure. If she marries me, I'll make their lineage blood impure. There's a mentality of people in my country. They have nothing to be proud of except their caste and religion. I think it would be really interesting to find out how this contributes to your depression. Like, because sometimes we pull knowledge from things we've went through, right? And a lot of the time, like, this makes sense in terms of like why this is happening, right? So for example, like if we lived through, I don't know, like a tiger encounter or something, we're gonna probably try to gain knowledge or sort of make any sense of that and understand how we are supposed to behave the next time, because now we have one evidence of like, this is how we behaved when we lived. So this is going to be good behavior, right? So if something bad happens to us, like we burn ourselves on the stove, there's probably going to be some type of knowledge we try to draw from that, why we burned ourselves on the stove. So that can be as basic as like, okay, stove is bad, the stove always burns you. And this is also really dependent on like how intellectually like active we think about something, and also like how actually like how much intellect we already have, right? So this is why like kids, for example, and if you look at like childhood memory, childhood trauma, I mean, there's a lot of internal beliefs which actually don't really make sense if you look at them closely, because they're from a intellectual standpoint of a child which didn't understand any sort of like really nothing much about the situation their like parents went through, but just projected it onto them, right? So with things like these, when you lost the love of your life there, it would be interesting to find out, like, if your depression started there, what beliefs stick around since then, right? Oh, so it's not only India, but also where Mr. Teague is coming from. Are those crosses on your ears? It's a sword. Yeah, not crosses. How long do you still have in front of you, Corrupted, by the way? Yeah. Oh, don't worry, Mill. I sort of like yeah, I didn't comment much on what you like were writing, because it doesn't really have a question, right? It's just sort of a statement where it's like, yeah, valid statement. For 3 months. Damn. But yeah, for example, like Mr. T, what I feel like could be sort of a thing, right, in terms of like what is sticking around with narrative and why you might be depressed, could be a thing like feeling like, oh, I lost the love of my life. There's no person on this planet except from her I'm gonna love as much as her. So essentially, by losing her, I've lost the possibility to this much love, and then is life even worth it? Does it even make sense still? You know, like, if I can't have this, why do I still, like, you know, what is there in this life which is worth having? Another thing could be that, like, people after, like, a breakup or, like, after being rejected sometimes have is that they just feel unlovable, like they're not worth it, or they're not worth much, or something, or, like, nobody wants them. And, like, they're never gonna find a partner, like, they're gonna die alone. Right? Hmm. Yeah. I feel like being really frustrated with a discriminating system is definitely a very valid reason for depression, right? Like, it's a lot of stress, you're constantly confronted by it. And it feels like you're helpless, like you can't do anything against it. Because it's just who you were born as. And I feel like, especially if it's something where we feel like we're helpless and can't do anything about it, it makes us feel especially stuck, if that makes sense. And it can feel really hopeless. Because we feel stuck. So then definitely, like, making a plan like this of, like, moving out, and, like, or a plan how this is not going to influence you anymore, or how you can find your happiness, even though some people believe in this. And sort of coming to the conclusion that, like, it's not all, though. And also maybe, like, asking for support to deal with this pressure is a thing which can help a lot. So, for example, like, for women, like, if they have a friend they can talk to about, like, sexism, it can make them feel, it can help them a lot, right? Because otherwise they would be isolated with this suffering. But if they can talk about it and if they get support about it, it's definitely not the same anymore. And especially when they then also get support with, for example, like, hey, like, you know how it is, like, can you walk me home because I don't feel safe outside alone, and they get that type of support. This can be a really great service to someone who's suffering under something where they can't really change much about it themselves, to just be seen by the people around them and be understood and be supported. I think this is actually, like, a really interesting perspective of, like, when people don't change, they leak. They leak what they never faced, what they never healed, and they leak it onto people who didn't cause it. And that's how that cycle survives. A lot of our suffering isn't what happened to us, it's what we become afterwards. I think that's actually really true. And I really, so at the beginning, I wasn't a fan of, like, using the word leaking here, but I think it's actually really accurate, because I feel like it happens very unconsciously. It's like we feel like we think about ourselves and our own suffering, but when we don't confront our suffering and we don't like properly learn how to emotionally regulate us, how to handle ourselves and everything, it is exactly that. Like, we impact the people around us. When we, for example, like when our parents would have properly learned how to like, you know, like go about their like trauma and everything, then our childhood maybe would have looked very differently, right? And I don't think we usually think about this impact for others because we're so convinced, or we're so busy with the impact it has on ourselves, but it also impacts the people around it. And it's really something I noticed as well, where like when I didn't go to therapy yet and was struggling, like I thought the only person struggling is me. And it's like not in this sense of like, oh, and like nobody on the world is struggling. That's not the direction I'm trying to go at. But what I'm trying to go at is like, I only saw this suffering, like how my suffering influences me. I didn't see how it influences my surroundings. Like, I didn't see how I am like a worse friend because I'm not emotionally available to my friends. Because every time they come to me with like problems where they just want to feel sad and want to feel seen with being sad, I was the one who was emotionally not available and tried to fix their problem, even though they never wanted me to fix it, but they just wanted to be seen feeling like this. But I couldn't have the space to feel these emotions. I wasn't emotionally available to them, and this is why I was a bad friend in that instance. Or like how me not being able to properly articulate my boundaries sometimes and my needs to my friends, how that like made friendships really sort of have like an unsafe attachment style, and how people also noticed that very early on and then just decided to like not be friends with me. Or how I also neglected my sisters at certain points because I was struggling so much with my own mental health. And this is like, it's not a thing where I like completely like blame me for, because like in like certain amounts of these instances, I was still a child and I was like really, you know, like just very busy with surviving, honestly. But yeah, it's really like how we suffer is influencing the people around us. Like if we, even if, for example, if we're like insecure, we might turn to like helicopter parents who essentially let our kids like manipulate us and like just use us, just because we need to feel so needed. Even if it goes across our boundaries, even if they don't learn while doing that, but because we fix our wound in that moment where we feel like they rely on us, and we don't care much if that also means they depend on us and actually not turn to independent humans. Or we just like spoil them because we feel like nobody likes us and we have to pay people to like us. And that's why we just spoil the people around us, and not with love, but out of insecurity, which then can actually make it like really hard to trust any of that love we receive because we feel like we paid for it. And like there's so many ways how our suffering influences the people around us. And I don't know, for example, with my dad, like he felt very insecure, very isolated, very lonely. And I was the person who like where he got his needs met, like where he got the hugs he like needed. But this is why he always hugged me too long and he didn't even care about it. And like, or why like he made me like really good presents and at points where he felt like he had to make up for something, instead of actually just saying sorry and like being accountable, right? So in that regard, I really like the word leaking. Because I didn't know I was leaking. Like so many don't. You don't see directly how your suffering influences the people around you because you're so busy with yourself. But I'm really glad I'm able to see it now. And definitely chat through that. Like, friend reminder to air out your room, drink some water, stretch. Stay healthy. Oh, attachment theory is really interesting, yeah. Attachment theory is also sort of a big part of like schema therapy. Yes and no, it's gonna be narrative exposure therapy. Asta, have you talked to your therapist about how like do you remember like it was like I remember like how long ago it was, but I think it was like a week or maybe like 1.5 or 2. Where I sort of like asked you if you want to talk to a therapist about maybe taking a break from narrative exposure therapy to like be able to recharge because you felt so exhausted. So have you talked about this with your therapist? Like, has there been some sort of like change or anything like that? I'm gonna grab some new water again, guys. So I'm gonna be back in a second. How do you make up for the fact that you were so busy surviving when growing up? How do you mean make up for the fact that I was so busy surviving when growing up? Like in which direction? And how do you blame if you blame something? What? How do you blame if you blame something, and what do you blame? You can just move past it and focus on the effects and how your life can be improved right now. But when reading the 𝔹𝕃ℂ𝔻 book, I was forced to think about the childhood causes as instructed in it, so I had that question written down some while ago. I feel like in my case, it wasn't anybody's direct mistake, my parents or the kids that mocked me, but I love my parents now. They're fixing their lives. The kids were kids, everyone was living for the first time. Can you not blame anything in the past that you or somebody else was doing and still do the exercise in the book? I think you don't need to blame anybody. I think actually, like, I don't think it's bad to have nobody in your mind to blame. I think it's actually really good if you understand the sort of situation around for everybody else. Like, it's essentially like this term called mentalizing. Like, you guys remember when we talked about it, maybe? We talked about it a couple of times already. But I feel like being able to mentalize with the people who harmed you, and like therefore not blaming anybody, not like being angry on anybody necessarily, but just sort of understanding how just everything was sort of like unluckily clicking together. And yeah, I don't think that's negative or anything. Like the 𝔹𝕃ℂ𝔻 book is the it's the Breaking Negative Thinking Patterns book, yeah. I don't think they want you to blame it on anybody, no? Which worksheet did you do where you felt like it's like you would have to have somebody to blame it on? Because yeah, usually like blaming anybody is not really helping you get out of something, but it's more so helping you to hold on to something. So I think if you don't have anybody to blame for, it's actually like quite nice, right? Because you just understand how like there's nobody who intentionally did you harm, right? Like, you understand how you were harmed, but it wasn't like the world is like out to get you. And I think that's honestly quite peaceful, right? It's like, on the other hand, it's also like, I know there's sort of like a level of like, oh, well, but if it doesn't even take people who like want to harm me, but like everybody might harm me, like that can also be a bit scary. But it also just like shows how like, I don't know, being hurt is like really just happens, you know? And it's not like the world is out to get us or anything. Or like usually there's of course some fucked up people, right? But you know. And I don't know, I think it also makes it really easy to actually take accountability for our own lives and for our own progress. Right? I see, Esther. Yeah. And hi, Chu. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Yes, to connect the dots with your childhood, and I can't help but build resentments. I've always don't think about the stuff that happened, but if I have to think about it and improve me through that direction. Oh. Ah, okay. Now I understand how you mean. So essentially, like, you feel like you actually do end up blaming your dad or building resentment through, in that book, being confronted with what happened in your childhood. But you also say, like, you feel like in your case it wasn't anybody's direct mistake. So where's the resentment then coming from? Thank you for the follow and welcome. How are you doing? My day is pretty good. Thank you for asking. How's your day? Oh, you're making a project. Nice. Hmm. So do you still have resentment for that, Faker Mink? Esther, I'm gonna focus on Faker Mink for a second, okay? Since this is sort of with their talk. I do, I think. Can't talk to him without being mean. Hmm. I mean, you know, it would be understandable to, like, have resentment towards a parent who neglected you. Even though it's so long ago. So I feel like sometimes when we, like, go through these, like, walking books, right? There can be sort of like a conflict where we feel like our emotions say something different than our logic. And it can feel like, for example, our emotions say like, oh, I resent him and he was such a shitty dad and how could he like do any of this? Well, our head is sort of like, oh yeah, you know, but like see the situation and like it wasn't like directly like trying to harm me, but it just, you know, blah blah. But it can be the case that our like emotional side just like doesn't really understand this, or like our inner child, if you want to call it, and is just like, yeah, but like I don't give a fuck. Like he should have like just not done this, and it's just wrong and stuff like this. So I feel like maybe when you go through this book, don't be afraid to write down conflicting things. You know? Like, the answers you do write down should sort of really reflect what's going on inside of you. And if there's a conflict inside of you between your emotional and your cognitive sort of approach to this problem, that's entirely fine. But if you notice that, like, emotionally, you're apparently not really believing in what, like, cognitively seems like very clear to you, or like intellectually seems clear to you. I feel like maybe dig a little bit deeper in that. You know? And don't think too much on your responses, but like sometimes we can connect easier to our emotional sides or like to this inner child when we don't wait until we think very intellectually about a question, but when we just sort of answer with our gut feeling, even if that seems mean or something like this. Because there's always like the book describes, right? Like we have these child modes, but we also have the healthy adult mode. So in that moment where you're being asked about your child mode, the healthy adult mode is still there, right? And I feel like maybe it's the healthy adult mode who's answering with like, oh yeah, but you know, like situationally and whatever, like my dad, you know, like everybody's doing this for the first time, blah, 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 and having all these excuses. But maybe your child mode is just like, I don't give a fuck about these excuses. Like, I was a kid, he should have done better. Like, why am I supposed to have the capacity here when I'm the kid, you know? So, I don't know, maybe explore that. Maybe explore if you get more information by going with your instinctual answer. Even if that's like low-key like mean or something. I mean, you write it, you know, you're just walking on this like workbook. So it's like, it's not like you're going to show this to your dad or something, right? Now, I see. I mean, what's the specific question then you had? Like, you had the question about like blame and sort of like how do you blame somebody? But then at the same time, you were going like sort of like, oh, I don't blame nobody. So I think I didn't really went into the question of like how I blame or if I blame or whatever. Because I thought like this is not the direction we're going. Like, should I still answer? Would that still be interesting? I mean, that was the question you asked in the beginning, no? Like with the first message here. Like, how do you make up for the fact that you were busy surviving and growing up, and how do you blame if you blame something, and what do you blame? No? Or did everything answered already? Okay. So about my experience with that, yeah. So back then I definitely felt resentment. But now it's not, I don't know, it's not so much that I like, I don't know, I don't really focus on the other people, if that makes sense. Like I focus more on the effects it had on me, like you do. And sort of like trying trying to find out like how it influenced me, like how I can like handle those things better in the future. How the narrative works for me. Like I feel like for me a lot of it is also that I just understand that like a lot of the things which have happened which influenced me negatively were sort of like also like a question of interpretation, right? And it was just like specifically my situation, because like gaslighting, emotional neglect and manipulation were going on. It's just a thing where it's like I think for my mom it was just a really, really tough situation. So Indiana Jones, by the way, at hip hop right now. I think he should come back in like half an hour or so. But yeah, I think it was just a very complicated situation, like a situation you're not really ready for. And there were also like a lot of things going wrong. Like she tried to sort of like get help as well for me, but it just didn't really, you know, work out really well. And I think then also, I think she's definitely neurodivergent as well. And I think there was a certain part of not being able to relate to me, and like also me being able to suppress too many emotions too good, if that makes sense. So I don't know, I don't really like fault my mom. With my dad, it's like I understood sort of how he ended up doing what he did, even though it was completely wrong, and I do think he belongs in jail. But yeah, like he's just socially like super inadjusted, I think. And I don't really resent him. I guess I resent more the choice of the court that he was able to have contact to his daughter, where I think that was super shouldn't have happened. I think that choice was like super questionable. Yeah. Yeah, so it's just one of those things like, yeah, I just don't really, I don't know. I think my dad shouldn't have been in the picture, and it shouldn't have been his choice to be in the picture or not. Because I feel like he was not ready at all for that responsibility he was given there. I don't think he should have had contact to a child. Like he was clearly not in the position to make good choices there. So in that regard, I'm definitely like, I'm really disappointed of our system, honestly, how that case got handled. Because the system just proved itself and utterly useless. But yeah, I do just like focus on like sort of what's like what I can do now, like, and change that. So also like how I talk to my mom, I sort of try to do that differently. And like the way I like ask for help, or any of those things. So just getting out of those patterns from back there and not, I don't know, I try to like, I feel like honestly like not taking anything personal from back there is low-key super useful, because I don't project it on me as a person. But it's just like, you know, like it didn't like, my dad didn't not like me, but he was just like should have gotten help, but was entitled to have contact to his daughter. So that was just like a recipe for disaster, and it turned out like everybody expected it to. So I don't think like it's like I got troubled there because it's me or anything, but just because the situation was shit. And I think that sort of helps to not take too much from these like teachings you could get from these times onto you. But it does definitely like for sure it influences like attachment style for me. Like there's just certain like these, I feel like traumas which you got like when you were like really really young about like specifically your safety are really hard to overcome, even if you're like, because I feel like they're low-key like in your body just. So like now I just sort of like see them as my like special needs in that regard. And I don't know, like everybody has different special needs, so I don't know. I don't know, I don't think much about my childhood. Wow. Hmm. I mean, you can always talk about your boundaries and establish your boundaries now, right? So like with my dad, for example, I like cut him off, so like he's not in my life anymore. Because I don't think he would do any good there. And like I tried to talk about him about my boundaries, but they were like continuously crossed, so I don't think he is able to understand that in his state right now. With my mom, it's boundaries are sort of like a like it's not an easy topic, but it's like a topic where like it gets better and better, I think. Like sort of like we talk about it, and it's sort of like, yeah, it's a bit ambiguous because the communication is really hard about it. But I do believe she like it gets like better and better. So but there's definitely like also to my mom like a certain difference on topics where like I just don't talk to her about, because I don't think that makes a lot of sense. Like I feel like in certain discussions there's like our way of communication just doesn't work. And like at some point I'm like gonna talk to her about this more when we have like more time with each other. But I think until then I just sort of like pick my topics with her, you know? And that's also my way of keeping my boundaries. So I feel like even if something happened and it's like long ago, it can sometimes be like really nice to be able to like talk and like have like a very clarifying talk with your parents about what your boundaries are right now, and that they will be respected from now on. Because that can sort of like take away this like, I guess this like fear that this could happen again or something like this. It can also be really nice to talk to your parents about how something they did, or like how something they did and the way you interpreted it affected you, and just be seen and sort of like ask some clarifying questions on certain things they said maybe, which were hurtful, to be able to step away from that, to get some closure on it. But it really depends as well on like what type of communication is possible with your parents, I guess. Yeah. What's the pull in the redemption? You mean the poor royalty? Or which one do you mean? No, the 30k. Ah, cute great pets. That's like just like, you know, like petting the poor. Yeah. It's like from back in the day. I don't know how to emotionally be normal towards my dad, who has now healed himself and doing a job and is a better person now. So he did work on himself. Boundaries are an issue, but I have always made them strong from the start. So more so just, he shows me love now and it feels genuine, but it didn't for quite long, and talking to them about the stuff with brown parents is not an option. I don't know, I feel like, especially when your dad changed now and is like way better now, maybe talking to them is an option. You know? Ah, welcome back, Indiana John. But if talking to them is not an option, it can be really nice to see what you want to get out of talking to them, if that makes sense. So like sometimes, for example, we just want to know that our parents are proud of us, for example, or that they love us, because the way they acted back then made us believe that they don't. And now this is sort of a question where like we feel like we know, but we just need it very, very clearly said. And I think then we don't even need to specifically talk about what happened back then or how back then influenced us to ask this today. But we can just ask this in a moment of vulnerability today. And like ask it once, and then they're probably going to be like, huh, why are you asking? Like, of course, blah, blah, blah. And but then we can just sort of double down on this, like actually, like, really? Because sometimes back then it didn't feel like this. And I don't know, like, I just need to know. And then it's like sort of we bring back then, but we don't bring it back with like a very, like, there's no, you know, like they don't need to take blame. They don't need to say sorry technically. Like we don't push them to take accountability in that moment, but we just sort of like get the answer we needed from them with putting the context in as well. But yeah, for sure. It's definitely going to be a gradual process to heal the relationship, for sure. And I think as long as your boundaries are being respected, you know, and as long as, like, for the relationship you have with them now, you still love them and you still like having the contact with them, then it's worth it, right? Like, sometimes we have contact to people where they're not perfect, but we still have contact to them because, like, for what it is worth, it's still worth enough, you know? Like, for example, with my mom, like, I can't talk to her about every topic, but for what I can talk to her about and for what the relationship is offering me, it's definitely positive. So it's like whenever, like, even if something like bad happens, I just sort of, it's like, yeah, okay, you know. Oh my god, you didn't get any sleep, Fluffy? Get some sleep. What the hell? Get well soon, Fluffy. Ah, nice. Let's go, Fluffy. Thank you for the good news. And see you next time. I mean, sleeping is very important. We all know that, Asta, right? I don't know if I'm wrong. Isn't this related to imposter syndrome? Wait, what do you mean specifically? But in luck now. I thought you wanted to go sleep, Fluffy. Are you sleeping with your eyes open? Or oh, by the way, chat, this Thursday, there is no stream this Thursday. Just FYI. And maybe next week Monday, also no stream. But I don't know about next week Monday. But this week Thursday, there's no stream. We are having, there's the cousin of Zach coming and her boyfriend. So we have guests over until next week. So no stream on the 12th of March. Just the second setup. So, but Mill, how do you mean this with imposter syndrome? Like, what do you mean is relating to imposter syndrome? No, but like a certain topic. So I just need to know to what your answer related, right? Like if it was to what I said or what like somebody else said in chat, right? Because I don't see a connection to imposter syndrome. So like imposter syndrome is like usually what is sort of described as this feeling of like you got a job or something and you feel like you're inadequate or inferior for the job, or you like you don't believe any compliments being made about you, and yeah. Yeah, this feeling of like, faking or like having to fake the entire time or like talk your way around it, and feeling like when somebody were to actually like talk to you or whatever, they could find out that you actually don't know, or that you're like in a room where you shouldn't be, essentially. What is the Dunning-Kruger effect, by the way? Wait. Ah, yeah. Yep. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I thought with streaming. What? Would you rather watch a Drake or a Nero? Such a random question. I think I wouldn't mind both, actually. There is, though.
My name is Patrick Agnew.
There's this. Wait. Huh? Okay. There's this. There's this video, which is like so cool. Yeah, this one. Wait. I mean, that video is though really cool, you know? So, you know. Wait, this is not about Faker Mink, yeah. You auto-completed the wrong name, Indiana. Okay. So, a warning was insufficient. Don't worry, Indiana John. But that video is really cool, guys. Like, if anybody's interested, it's like I filmed plants for 15 years. It's a time-lapse compilation of like so many different plants, like trees and like so many different things, and it's so cool actually. It's really, really cool. Like, it has multiple videos. And it's just, I don't know, I love it. So. But yeah, it's really, really cool. But I do have to ask though, like, how would it, like, what is the troll? Like, what is the... Oh. Bruh. Okay, now I get it. Well, that's My question is, how do you know when you're healed? I guess I still feel I'm not healed. I think that question is really hard actually to answer because it sort of depends on what is possible in our opinion, right? And since we can't really tell what is possible and what is not possible, and the ways we sort of interpret life and what we want to pick out of life, it sort of really depends how your definitions are. Because, for example, if we look at some, like, there's gonna be some, like, influencers who just show their life as, like, oh, my life is perfect. Like, there's nothing bad happening. It's absolutely perfect. And since we can't look at everybody's life, and we can't sort of, like, even for them, like, some influencers we might know they're fake, but, like, for some we don't, right? So, we don't really have a very accurate picture of what is actually possible in terms of healing and what is not possible, or like what is the optimum or the best or whatever, right? I personally think that healing for me is, I'm mentally stable right now, and I'm usually mentally stable. Like, there's gonna, like, just normal regular life is not gonna throw me off, and like even bigger things, there might be, like, I don't know, like a grieving period for sure. There might be a period where I feel like shit or something, right? But there's, like, I'm gonna get out of it before, like, falling into depression or anything like that, right? And the second is that I'm able to do anything I want to do. In terms of that, like, nothing, like, no anxiety, no feeling of inferiority or depression or something like this is holding me back from things I want to do or achieve. This doesn't necessarily mean that I don't still have intrusive thoughts and I'm not still going through the process of, like, dealing with them. This does for me not mean that I don't still have some topics which I'm, like, anxious about, or where I have more anxiety, or where I have self-doubts. But it means that the way I'm dealing with those topics is, like, in a healthy, adjusted way. Like, I don't perceive my insecurities as the fault from somebody else, but I'm able to, like, openly communicate about this. I'm able to enforce boundaries. I'm able to forgive people when they did something wrong, but I'm also able to make decisions which, I don't know, would mean to cut somebody off or something like this. And for example, it doesn't mean for me that I'm, like, never gaming or something, but it means that I don't, like, sort of negatively cope with gaming to run away from something. And that I can stop with gaming and I don't do it in, like, an addictive way where I then, like, regret that I've been gaming for so long. But I feel like this way of, like, when are you, like, fully healed? I don't think you will ever be fully healed. Because I think that to a certain extent, being hurt is just sort of is part of life. Like, I don't think there's relationships which are always, like, perfect and nobody ever gets hurt. But I think in a, like, safe attachment style relationship, if you get hurt, you are able to reconnect easily. Like, you can address how you've been hurt and you get emotional support, you can understand the other person, and you're able to trust the connection very easily again. And it's not like somebody does something wrong and then, like, forever they're out of your life. But it's like somebody does something wrong, you communicate about it, and it's like there is a way to resolve it, if the person is also interested in that. So I think, yeah, like, being healed is maybe knowing how to deal with stuff and being happy with the life you lead. Maybe like this. But I guess it's always a progress. Yeah. How do I address it? What do you mean with how do you address it? Address that you're still not fully healed, or address like how would you find out that you are fully healed? I guess these questions we sort of might have answered already. So if you like have still a question, then let me know. What do you think about smoking tobacco? It's like everybody can do what they want, right? But I think it's really important that you sort of like making an active choice there instead of just smoking tobacco because you're like super addicted to it or something. Yeah. But I feel like if you see like all the negative side effects you could have from smoking tobacco, but still decide completely knowingly that you want to smoke tobacco, then yeah, that's, I don't know, like if that's the life you feel like you want to have, you know, you do you. I'd be happy if something happens and I don't have the over-the-top reactions and my body doesn't goes instantly in stress mode. Yeah. But even that, I think, like, there's still topics which trigger me somewhat, but it's a way where, like, it's way easier to handle it. Like, I noticed earlier, I know what to do for myself, and I don't feel as triggered as before, because I know I'm gonna be safe. Like, I know that, like, okay, I feel like this right now, but it's like, this is like the anxiety, not me, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry. Take your time. I don't know. I feel like a lot of things will maybe hurt me forever. But I think that's also very normal, right? Like, I feel like, I don't know, like thinking somebody doesn't love you who you thought they would, it's probably gonna hurt you forever. Like, not that like one instance of this is not hurting you every day, but just like if that occurs, then it's gonna hurt. And just because that occurred with a different person before, I don't think that's gonna... What the hell? Hello, pigeon? That's just the biggest pigeon. Like, right there. Oh, okay. Pigeon is gone. But yeah, I think it's gonna hurt every time, though. It's just like a very normal thing to hurt, if that makes sense. So, I don't know. But yeah, I think, so I don't think the goal is to like never be hurt anymore, but I think the goal is to be able to handle being hurt better. And like have this security that it's like gonna be fine again even though you were hurt, and then you're not so scared of being hurt, right? And being able to reconnect with somebody, like knowing your needs in the moment, being able to state your boundaries, being able to communicate with the other person. Yeah. Hi, welcome to the stream. How you doing? So, now. Careful, pigeons are more dangerous than wolves. Yeah, but window is like only like, you know, only like this. So I don't think the pigeon can make it in here, actually. I think the pigeon is too fat. Yeah. What someone means? How do you mean that specifically? Sort of like that you're able to figure out what someone means easier? Or... yeah, or what SO means? Oh, so cute, Indiana Jones. Ah, okay. It's someone. Yeah. SO is someone. So it's need someone to talk to. The glass acts as a force field to protect Craig from the evil pigeons. Exactly. No. So that someone is me. Or like someone in stream. Yeah. Me in this community. Does that answer your question? 60? So I can share what is annoying me here. Yeah, it's like, it's not like trauma dumping, right? But it's like, we sort of like try to help you in any way we can. So I guess for starters, it's like always good to know how we can help you. Like, is there something you need advice with, or like you just need emotional support? And then like for that you can yeah, share whatever is necessary. We just offer mental health support here, so yeah. I think with your parents, Esther, I think it's a very important thought, right? I feel like it would make sense to think about what you would want from that conversation with your parents. Like, what specifically would you want to get out of that conversation? Sort of like them saying sorry, or them having some excuse, which makes it more excusable, or them just listening to you, or like, what would you actually want or need out of that conversation? Like, what would you need to hear for the conversation, like for you to be able to just be like, okay, period, conversation over, and like, I'm good now, I got closure. What would that be? And I think once you have thought about this and know specifically, okay, this would be the optimum case, like I would need to hear something like that, or something which would answer that question, and then I would be able to like completely let go of that. That would resolve like so much of my confusion or whatever. Then think about if that is a possibility from your parents. Like if you think that would be in the cards in a talk with them. Or maybe is that even something you can get without talking to them? Maybe it's actually something they can't give you, because even though they would say the perfect thing, you wouldn't be able to let it go with closure, but because you just wouldn't believe it. So would you be happy with the conversation even if they wouldn't admit mistakes? And even if they would just say like, oh yeah, we just make these choices because, I don't know, we fucking hated you? Alright, Judith. See you next time. And thank you for coming here. So do you think it would be like a possibility to get that answer? And what would be the consequence of a negative response? So just knowing why would help. Or understanding why. I feel like this can be a very, very important thought. And you should definitely talk about this with your psychologist and what she thinks would make sense, or when that would make sense. You know? That's very beautifully said, Will. I just need someone to tell me if I'm correct by just being me, the me inside. When I say some facts that are true, but nobody wants to hear it because reality is hard to accept. So, how can we